No worries. You are not obliged. Oh, hi, Ava bestie. I hope work goes well. I hope everything's going well at work, even though it's work. Work sucks. I have to pee. Okay. Can I pee here? No. Oh, you're really pissing. I will say I messed up on my makeup today, so if you see anything, no, you didn't. You didn't. So, yeah. Hey, silly gooses. Hi, Cass. Hi, Candace. Dress me up, H2T. Dance all night, work on me. Iconic song. Does anyone know the movie I'm talking about? You youngins won't know. Oh. Alright, where to? We have to go get this guy's eyes. Look into his eyes. Oh. Oh, I hate that. That's creepy.
Low down there. Well met, even. I am the mayor. Well, one of them, at least.
At last, Even had arrived at the mayor of Two Town, the administrator of this land, and the alleged
Why are my boobs
thief
uneven?
of Seymour's eyes. Or at least, Even had arrived at his lower extremities.
What brings you to my office today, Even? You're trying to blind your mister with your swollen thighs? Mine a twister for some colon guys? Grind your... why don't you take the elevator and step into my office, Even? It'll be easier to talk.
The elevator's your shoe. Where's the elevator?
It's so beautiful, the upside down town. A shining city in the sky.
She sounds like she serves. Hello? Hi, B. Let me chat, I'm
hello.
free.
Step into my office.
Why was it not letting you chat?
Don't mind the thing sticking out of my hat. He's... how best to explain this? I had a lot on my mind about this upside downtown project. It was starting to get out of hand, and then one day he was just there.
I've always been here.
Right.
That was so loud it actually scared me.
If we are to keep this conversation away from his ears. I'm sure you noticed the changes here, Even. Our personalities becoming personified now.
Oh, yeah, I do have that in my chat because of all the stuff happening.
Yes, that's what Royam is. He's getting more powerful every day, and I don't know how to fix him, or everything else. I don't know how to fix this town, Even, and I don't know why I'm telling you this. Oh, I suppose you just have a face one can trust. In any case, what brings you to the mayor today?
I need like a tissue.
What's that, little girl? You want to know how our first-past-the-post democratic system works? Why, I'd be happy to explain it in tremendous detail beginning now. Okay, I think that warded him off. That thing growing out of my hat has a name. Royam.
Just mayor backwards.
What? Oh, I never thought of that. Anyway, Royam is my opposite side. He's much more self-assured than I am, which normally would be great, but the things he's doing, I don't know if I can support them.
Ew. Oh wait, no, I thought of it the other way. We changed our hours from 12 to 8. Oh, they were done. Speaking of food, I should probably order food for dinner tonight. Some din.
Because he serves the Nanny Fortuna. We both do. Whatever she wants, he's ready to do. And therefore he deserves to be listened to. He's my opposite, but at the end of the day, that's the grand thing about Two Town. Everyone's
Oh
got their
my
other.
goodness.
It's just like breathing to us. Mostly like.
Oh, you're really pissing.
I'm afraid not even. Despite my title, I'm in no position to help you. But, well, if you dared, you could try talking to Royam directly.
Let me at him.
Even be mentioning his name. But, well, you need my help, and this is all I can do.
Another mayor with another mayor in a spooky game that has two faces.
It's your choice.
Very interesting.
Good
How
luck.
interesting that. Can I get comfy? I want to get comfy. Oh yeah, I'm comfy back here. Hey. Oh, money. Thank you. You don't scare me. Oh. Well, kinda. Looks like Fiddlesticks.
My name is Royam, and I'm in charge.
I don't like your
I'm
voice.
the boss because I'm so...
You're big.
Big? That doesn't rhyme with charge. You're clearly new at this.
His voice is so, it's so loud. Like, it's louder than anything in this game. I can see it peaking on my audio levels on the left. Like, why is he so loud? You're big and you're loud.
You're very rude to point out my struggle. As mayor, I've got lots of priorities to, Stop interrupting me. I almost had it. Ah!
Rawr!
You have met but an idiotic fool. I'm surprised he's not covered in his own...
We almost have the same top. I have a lot of these. I actually, this top I bought for Pride 2018 when I was living in New York. This top was supposed to, I was supposed to put my ex-boyfriend in drag. Not my recent ex-boyfriend, but the one before that. That was also a horrible person. But, this was for him, but then I stole it. He bought it and everything. And then when we broke up, I took everything.
Look, you've broken my flow and made me stop rhyming. I'm busy with the construction of my masterpiece, my legacy, my gift to random of that wondrous second moon, and you're interrupting me? What do you want?
I want like a number 10 with an extra side of fries.
My origins are as amazing as they are obscure. All you need to know is that I am a successful... Stop interrupting my poetry!
Fuck you! Oh.
Why should I deal with you? I am the designer, builder, overseer of the new two-town. The better one. Much better than the one that idiot mayor
TYL.
oversees. You want your friend's eyes back, don't you?
No.
Oh no, I don't give anything away for free. There's something you need to know.
Then you should.
Here's how
You
this
should.
is going to go. There, you see? My rhymes are getting better. I'm struggling with my poem about the moon, and I'd like to have it done real quickly. You know what? That gives me a thought. I'll give you the ice, but you'll have to do... yes, that's it precisely. Just teach me how to rhyme. In a nice...
Hi, Echo. Hi, Bubble X Trouble. I'm really enjoying the game so far. Today's actually my day off from streaming. I usually don't stream on Mondays, but considering everybody was at work and I'm really enjoying this game. I really wanted to get a head start and hopefully completing it in the next couple days because I love it. It's so cool. How are you doing, Bubble, and how are you doing, Echo? Nice to see y'all. $200? I don't understand. Are we gonna have another meltdown of me here on the live, like, complaining about how McDonald's doesn't deliver to me? Like, what do I gotta do? Uber Eats? Who do I have to call? Uber Eats? DoorDash representatives? Do I have to call that specific, like, who? I'm gonna open my Uber Eats and there's gonna be no McDonald's. I'm gonna have a fit. Yep, no McDonald's.
Here's my offer, take it or leave. Bring me a perfect poem about the moon, and I'll grant you Seymour's eyes. Ah, you are good.
I know.
Yes, that's the deal we have struck. Go find rhymes, and I wish you... I'll think of it eventually. Get to it before I change my mind. It's only temporarily that our interests are... parallel to each other.
Jenny, watch it, Tuts.
Farewell, young stranger, and let me give you some advice well earned.
Jenny, the post you had the other day on Instagram, I loved your wig. Your orange wig. Hi, Beyonce. Good, just chilling. Started this game this weekend. I'm loving it so far. Yeah, it's really good. I really like it. I'm doing good. Just a little tired, but you know, I have a caffeine monster drink thing here, so. Shut up! I just thought she didn't want to ruin her blonde hair, because, like, it's hard to go back to blonde. Hi, Arrow. Not the So true.
It was a mad quest for an insane, upside-down mayor. But it was all even had to go on. There was some particular
found one.
propaganda posters hanging on the walls. Perhaps those could be of inspiration.
You're asking the wrong person. Blonde or pink? First of all, I can't decide. Second of all, probably blonde. I have one pink wig. I really want to get I want to get this wig again, but it was very expensive and dye it pink, and then I could like swap between the two, but What if both? That would be hot. I love pink streaks in the hair. One of my favorite wrestlers that passed away. She had blonde with pink streaks. She had an orange one like Sasha Colby. I agree.
They said it wasn't possible. They said it was a lie. Meet Miss Mystique from Papo's Wild Circus, the woman with 3 personalities.
Wait, this person? Serve.
Miss? I could use that word.
There's like chunks of lipstick on my lip. Like, it's really bad. Thanks, Jenny. I messed up on my makeup today. It's not my favorite, but I definitely would have painted softer. I eat them, yeah. Yeah, here. Here you go. Me with my no nails on, I look like a beast. I don't have nail glue. I also have no corset on too. I just want it to be comfy. I need to get like more comfy stream clothes. Oh, he's gonna get money. Money, honey. We have to find rhymes. Oh, wait, this person's so cute. Oh, excuse me. Jenny, did you see that we started playing Animal Crossing for the GameCube and you can have up to 15 villagers and we got 2 frogs already?
Every evening's prize. Sleep twice as well when you wear sleeping eyes. Sleeping eyes.
Oh, yes.
I like the sound.
We got Puddles and Jambette. Like, honestly, the best 2, if I'm honest. If we get Elvis, Jenny, I'll scream.
Game Master's beard, what are you doing up here, kid?
Hi, Aaron. Thanks for coming out today, everybody. I usually stream on Mondays, so I appreciate everybody coming out. This is me. That's me out of drag. Like, actually, this is me when I'm, like, taking off my makeup and the mascara residue is on my eyes. That's literally what I look like. This. So true.
Listen to Crooner Harry Harry's
Hi,
new
Ren.
double-length record. Inspired by the new moon of Two Town. It's twice as
Jenny, I feel like you would really like this game. It's very,
That's a nice poetic
like
word.
Tim Burton, Little Nightmares kind of style. Really cute.
What are you doing here? This is an active construction site. We have work to do.
It's available on Switch, I believe.
It doesn't matter what your name is. You can't be here, kid. Look, we're all under a tight schedule here. I can't stop work just to escort you home. So, if you promise not to die or otherwise interfere with our work here, I'll answer some questions for you, okay? But by the card makers, we can't have kids wandering around an active work site.
I've heard of that game, Ashniko. Isn't it an older game? Yeah, yeah, very that.
At a terrific rate. If you ask me, I think that's great.
Especially this
Nice
mayor
to see them
guy,
finally
Royum.
pulling their
He's very like
photographs,
Nightmare Before
metaphorically.
Christmas. I know, Dice Bestie. It's kind of like Portal.
Of course.
I need to turn the volume down for this area because he is so loud I can barely.
Of course it is. I'm the best there is in this construction line of
The mouse getting stuck on the screen now? Hello? Are we okay? Got you.
improvement.
Hi, Jenny. Hi, Jenny. Are you gonna say something nasty? Jenny's gonna say something nasty. I feel Jenny typing something out. Are you sure these people are rats? I need to find that clip, Jenny. The magic helper ball? Oh my. Oh no, it's getting harder. I have to shoot through the... What is that? Oh my god! I feel like this game is so much louder than it was the other day. Like, why? Oh my god! John, thank you so much for resubscribing, baby. Happy quarter year. I think that's a quarter, right? 4 times... Nope. Wait, would 3 be? 3 would be quarter. Want the bow. Where's the bow? Did we not get a bow this time? What the heck? Ah, get wrecked. Fucking noob. Fucking noob. You fucking noob. You fucking noob. Oh my god. I don't know, I'm gay, literally. I never can do math. So like at my job, when they ask, this game is so loud today, I don't know why it's so loud all of a sudden. Like I don't remember it being this loud yesterday. I think because I had one headphone in yesterday. It's fine. Okay. Oh my god, stop. Okay, I don't take change at the register. I'm a very... I am not nice to people at work. Like, what I'm the... So, like, I'm the manager of the arcade, so, like, I can kind of do whatever I want. But, like, oh, yeah, let me speak to your manager. I'm like, I'm the manager, bitch. So, like, if someone's like... I'm just horrible. And I'm not gonna apologize for it. As I was saying, like, with math, I work, so at the end of my shift, I have to count the register with all the money in it, and you have to, like, reset the register to a certain amount, and when I tell you, I just haven't done it for, like, the last, I've been having someone else do it, which I shouldn't, because, like, they're not of the status I am, but, like, I just can't do the math. I just, like, I physically cannot do the math. Like, every time I do it, it's always wrong. And then we're like, the managers, like, message me after. They're like, did you leave with counting the drawer wrong? And I'm like, yeah. Sorry. I literally just can't count money. I can count, like, 20s and stuff, but counting an entire drawer and adding and subtracting, I'm like, oh my god, I can't do all that. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, wait, who is that up there? Is that like an anteater? You can't get up here, fucking loser. Wait, keep going. Fall off the cliff. Wait, fall off the cliff. That'd be quirky. I want a 3. I always get it confused, Ava. It's always either Redacted or Burger King. I always mistake it. I don't know why I always get it confused. Excuse me? At my work once, we had to count the stock, and there was loads of tubs of Pringles stacked on top of each other, so I guess. No, I love doing that too. Like when someone at the arcade will be like, I don't have to sit up for this, but I just want to sit up because I'm getting into it. Oh, definitely get to it. So someone will be like, oh, hey, can I use 1,000 tickets to get everything in, let's say, Tootsie Rolls. And Tootsie Rolls are tiny little things and they're worth 5 tickets and they want 1,000 tickets worth of Tootsie Rolls. So, let's do the math really quick on the calculator, but imagine the store is busy, so I don't have time to pull out my phone. So 1,000 divided by 5 is 200 fucking Tootsie Rolls. I am not gonna sit there and count little Tootsie Rolls, 200 of them, for your fucking ugly ass. Because you want 200 fucking Tootsie Rolls. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a bunch and throw it at you. Get out of my face. Get out of here. Take your Tootsie Rolls. Take your 237 Tootsie Rolls that I just grabbed with my grubby hands and threw at you. Because you decided to use 1,000 tickets to get Tootsie Rolls instead of going to the market across the street and getting them for $5 instead of spending $70 on an arcade. Oh, I'm plucked. I'm really plucked. It's so much more common than you think. Okay. We're getting into it. We're definitely getting into it right now. We're getting into it. Let me take a drink. That was just an example. It's happened like 3 or 4 times, but I'm getting very passionate about this. Crack my knuckles. When I tell you, if you come into an arcade, if you listen here, listen to me. Where's my microphone? Hold on. Is this thing on? If you come into an arcade, you hear me? If you come into an arcade and you decide to spend your tickets on candy, when you can go to the fucking store and get candy for 2 cents? I'm done. I don't understand that concept. What do you mean you're gonna get candy? Candy, let's do the math. You buy a card at an arcade, right? Dave & Buster's, whatever the fuck you want to call it. You go into an arcade. You buy a card. The card is $20. You go and get maybe, let's say, like, average is like 1,000 tickets. Let's do some math. So you have 1,000 tickets, right? 1,000 right here. It says 1,000, chroma keying out, whatever. 1,000, and let's say you want to get some Airheads and some Skittles. So we'll say Airheads and Skittles are 50 each. So if we do 1,000 divided by 50, that's 20 tiny little Airheads and tiny little Skittles your dumbass is getting. When you can go to the store and get a giant pack of Skittles for less than $20, Gorge. So why don't you spend it on getting a Fortnite rocket launcher or getting a sticky hand? I don't get it. And that's that. And there's no arguments here, because guess what, Mary? I am a manager of an arcade and I know it all. I'm done. And that's a mic drop. Ready? I had to catch it because it would have fell into my cooch, but... Hi, Great Lamb. Hi, Oral. Hi, Grizzly. Hi, everybody coming in. Thanks for coming out, everybody. I usually don't stream on Mondays, and sorry that I was just yelling. But I'm very passionate about that. I wiped my lipstick off the microphone. I decided to almost deep throat. But yeah. Thanks for the host, baby. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Wait, oh my god. Let's go back to this screen. I have to turn on follower alerts again, and if we do have some issues later, I'll turn them back off. But oh my god. Hold on. So we are having issues on Twitch that people are dumb So I had to turn them off. Alright, I think we're good. Grizzly, thank you so much for the subscription. So many first-time subs today. Thank y'all. I appreciate it. Actually, so we were talking about it in the Discord. If anybody wants to join the Discord, you can join up now. I'll accept you after stream. But let me get back on the camera. But we were talking about it yesterday that I haven't had a subathon in like almost half a year. Like I haven't had my subathon in forever. Or a subathon. So we're thinking of doing one soon, doing something soon. So I appreciate everybody like just subbing when they can. You know, I haven't really been like, hey, subscribe to me. I'm just, you know, hanging out and it's at your leisure if you want to subscribe to me. So I appreciate it. John, if you can, yeah, please. Is it like something you type into Streamlabs, like a custom, like block this user or something? I've been trying to keep up with everything, but it's really hard, honestly. Like, it's also really hard to stomach. It's just, like, exhausting. Like, all of the stuff happening on Twitch. I gotta lock on. How do I lock on? Thank you for the alert, Kennedy. I appreciate it. He just shot his friend, girl. Oh, also, can we everybody follow John Everything But Straight? Everybody follow Oral, and everybody follow Great Layup. Some streamers in the chat. I know I've been kind of bad at giving people shoutouts, because I'm not sure who's a streamer or not, but I try to give shoutouts when I can. But we have some streamers in the chat, so I'd appreciate if you follow some smaller streamers so we can support each other, especially right now on Twitch where, you know, smaller streamers are getting attacked. I was in your stream yesterday, John, or whenever it was. I definitely was gonna say hi, but I ended up almost burning my chicken in the oven, so I had to run and go get it. No, what is it? Stop it. Yeah, I keep burning my chicken. I did it in Deer stream the other day, and I did it yesterday, or whenever you were streaming. Wait, I can't see it on mobile. It's like smaller on mobile. I'll have to check later, unless you can send a screen. Ah! Thank you, Mia. Yeah, if y'all want to join the Discord, you can join the Discord with !Discord. We'll approve you later at the end of the stream. Where did you get that headband? I got all of these headbands on, I believe, I think Amazon. There was like a pack of like 10 different colors. I honestly, Nabi, I get a lot of my stuff from Amazon. Like, I know it doesn't seem like it or look like it or seem like very like the place to get it, but I spend a lot of money on Amazon. It's just like basics. You know what I mean? Like, you can get a cute, like, very fashionable dress from like a very expensive website, or maybe get like a basic and like dress it up. I don't know. For me, it's I have these conversations a lot. I don't know if I want to dive into it though, because I feel like I'm annoying people. Did I miss anything? What is it? Is it bad? Okay, thank you. Dear God. No! I hate it here. Oh, I can throw. What did I do? Oh. Can I move it? Oh. I've been in this fight for like a half hour. Jesus. Oh wait, I have the thingy. Why are there so many enemies here? Oi, oi. I wish there was a difficulty in this game. Can I go to like the super easy difficulty? Like in Minecraft, how there's a peaceful mode. Can I have that? Is everybody excited for Halloween? I'm so excited for Halloween. Very excited. I'm excited for the streams we're gonna have. I'm excited for the looks. I also said for the last couple of days, I'm like, I'm gonna order Halloween stuff tonight, and then I never do. So someone needs to sit me down and make me order these things, preferably one of my mods, like Mia, because I know Mia loves Halloween. Mia sits me down in a chair, makes me watch Dragula, and order all of this Halloween stuff. Like, do it, Nem! Jenny's right there with a gun, like pointed at my head. Do it! So, anybody just joining, I know I keep saying anybody just joining, oh, but like, anybody just new to the network, every year, this is gonna be my third Halloween here on Twitch, we do 13 streams of Halloween. Every stream is a different look. All of my collection is on Instagram. I do the 3 Instagram posting. I make my whole Instagram like very gorgeous and pretty. You can see mine from last year if you go on my Instagram. So we do very exclusive looks. Halloween is like my Christmas. Even though I do love Christmas and I am Jewish, but no. It's a good time to be an Nemesis Network stan. Because the looks have been good, the looks are gonna be good. And it's gonna be a fun season for streaming games and stuff. It is! You can there's a supercut on my YouTube channel. It's one of my first ever YouTube videos. I haven't uploaded the full videos from that year because the camera quality was kind of crap, so I think the supercut is the best option, honestly. But this year I'll upload everything to YouTube. But last year we played Spooky House of Jump Scares. We played Resident Evil 6 with FB Jewel, one of my co-hosts here. We do a lot of streams together. We did... Oh, no! Sad. Is Ari going? Serena, do you see that video of Ari reacting to her iconic music videos and she was like, these aren't iconic, I was just forced to say these. She's so cute, I love her. Let's get out of this battle. Like, I'm done. She looks so good in that video, too. I think she had pigtails. She's so cute. I love her in pigtails. Like not just one, but 2. Can't join, but they say hi. Hi! Oh my god, why are there so many enemies? Do you see this shit? Am I supposed, what am I doing wrong? Hello? Can I hit this guy in the butt? The way it's going, doink, doink, doink. Hi, house bestie. I just spit. Inty ways. Can I go down here? Yes, in class serve. Oi! Please don't hurt me. I think later we'll switch to some Fortnite too, because the new season came out today. I want to get a chunk of this game done. And we're streaming tomorrow too, so... Oh my god. Trying to get some streams back in. Because I don't work during the week. Unfortunately, I'm only going to have one stream on the weekends for a little bit. Which sucks, but... I'll be fully loaded during the week for y'all. That sounded gross. Fully loaded. Oh. I don't know y'all like that. Can I tell a story that's kind of not safe for work? I mean, I do anyways. And this is an 18+ stream, so. So last night I was on Grindr. I just like to be on Grindr. I like to see what's hot and hip in my area. So I went on Grindr and one of my teachers was on there. And his name was into dog play. And then in the description was certified furry. One of my teachers from high school, I'm tearing up at the thought of it. I'm not even lying to you. It was like into dog play, pig, furry, foot rubs. It was a lot. It was a lot to digest. Yeah. One of my teachers. Teacher! You imagine? Could you teacher? No. And then I immediately saw him, and then okay, this just gets worse. Okay, this is not gonna strengthen my story. So I saw him, and I just felt like being, no, he's not a teacher now. He got fired because, I don't know if I could say this stuff on camera. So I was feeling saucy, and I decided to tap him just to see what would happen, because, like, it was one of my old teachers, so I thought it would be funny. And then he blocked me, so I don't think he was expecting to see one of his students, on Grindr, so. But I was very out in high school, so I don't know how he just didn't know. Lovely fan, by the way. Oh, you mean some items that I have in my office, Serena? In my office, Serena? Hi from Orlando. Did he know it was you? Absolutely, I know he did. Because he got fired from school because he was pretty much a stan of me back in the day and would follow my drag and would flirt with me. And we would go clubbing. Like, he would be at the club when I was performing. While I was in school. So that wasn't allowed. So yeah. Love where I'm living. Why are you so popular? I don't know. Also, apparently, they were talking, so one of my coworkers was like, because she goes to the school or whatever, she, like, is, she's in school. She's 16, so she's in school. So she was like, yeah, I was telling everybody at my school that you're my manager, and they're like, oh my god, is that, redacted? Like, he does drag, like, he's so cool. First of all, calling me he. Second of all, why are 15-year-olds, like, stans of me? How do they know me? What is the tea? What is that going on? Like, what is, huh? Okay. Not sure I like that demographic, but go off. In my area, like, 15-year-olds across the world can be, like, fans and love me mutually, but, like, in my area, 15-year-olds in my area, no. Get away from me. Y'all are nasty. You're so rude. Like, I hate that era of kids. They're so nasty and bullies and horrible and no respect for other people. Did I spill or what? God, I'm gonna die here, like, actually. I would agree. I think that's where maturing comes in. Some people just don't, and that's okay. Have I told this story? Did I tell the story? Did I tell the story of the people that I went to high school with and they bullied me, like, terribly? Did I tell the story of that, how they came into the arcade the other day? Or did I just tweet about that? Did I tell that on the live yet? I rolled a 1. Fuck. I definitely tweeted about it. I just don't know if I told it on the live. Oh my god. So like, yeah, I work at the local arcade, so like, obviously, I'm gonna see some people that I know, you know, obviously, like, and I don't mind it. Like, I'm a big, I don't hold grudges. I'm very water sign. Like, I'm very apologetic. I'm very, like, it depends on what the situation is. If it's, like, petty high school drama, I don't give a fuck. We're 22-year-olds. We're 21. We're 23. Like, let's get over it. Like, it was 6 years ago. I went to high school 6 years ago. Like, let's get over it, you know? So, like, anytime I see someone that's from my high school and is in my class, my graduating class, they come into the arcade, I'm like, okay, like, work, how are you doing? Like, so happy to see you. Do you want to play some free games? Like, I'll give you some free stuff. Just being nice, you know, just common courtesy to someone you go to school with. So, I do that with anybody. I don't care if you're the most horrible gutted person ever. Like, if we're in the same graduating class, or you went to school with me and you were nice. Even if you weren't nice, like, I'll give you free stuff. Just because I've matured, and I feel like that shows maturity, and, like, you're just being a normal human being. So, these people that I did not get along with in high school, they come into the arcade, I don't think they were expecting to see me, because for whatever reason, everybody I almost said where I'm from. Almost everybody from where I live is convinced that I live in New York. For whatever reason. Like, every time I see someone from my graduating class, they're like, oh, I thought you were living in New York. I'm like, no, Gorge, I tweet and, like, post that I moved home. Like, what? Okay. Anyways, they walk into the arcade. I start having a panic attack. I drop my controller. I start having a panic attack. I'm like, fuck, like, I am so nervous. Like, I don't know what to do. Like, these people were not very nice to me. And considering I look a mess right now, they're probably going to think I'm in my flop era being a manager of an arcade. Like, I honestly, like, I love being a manager of an arcade, but, like, normal people are probably like, that is such a low-budget job, like, such a, like, weird job to have as a 22-year-old. And I'm like, I just think it's fun. Like, I think it's a cool job to have. But I do get insecure about it sometimes. So, when they came in, I was freaking out. So, they come up to the counter, and they're like, they were asking for help, and they didn't recognize me at first, and they were like, oh my god, hi, how are you doing? And I was like, I'm doing great. Like, if you need, how can I help you? And he was like, can I just get some change for this? I'm like, yeah, of course. Let me break this 20 for you, because, you know, I have to do my job. And after I broke his change, I was like, hey, like, if you want, like, some free games, like, if you want some free candy or whatever, like, I can make it work, like, I can make ends meet, like, no big deal, like, let's just, like, you can have fun here, whatever the fuck I said. It was a very nice interaction. And after I said that, he said, oh my god, thank you so much, and all of his crew and him left the arcade and never came back and didn't even play the machines. I went, really? Like, I'm being nice. Like, what is that? Like, y'all just really don't like trans people, huh? Like, what is the tea there? Like, Jesus Christ. Y'all think we are, like, xenomorphs and you're gonna catch the trans. Like, you are gonna catch it. It's infectious. It's a disease. It's part of the pandemic. They stayed home, quarantined, and took a COVID test for it. That's what they think it's for. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, relax. Like, we can be trans, and we can be non-binary, and we can be gay in the same area as you, and you're not gonna nothing's gonna happen, sweetie. It's fine. You're gonna be okay. You're gonna be okay. Like, they see a gay person and they run. They see a trans person and they run. It's so scary to them. Like, are you good? Especially because I'm growing my hair out again, and when I was in school, like, back in the day, they used to bully me. They were like, oh my god, you're such a girl, you're such a girl. First of all, yes, I was, and I am. Thank you for reminding me. Please don't call me a man ever again. But I knew it was like, that was gonna be a conversation. Like, oh, he's growing his hair out again. Oh, he's a T word. Like, go to hell. I just feel, I'm ranting here, but I just feel like if, like, grow up! I was being nice. Can you tell I'm plucked? Like, I gave you an option to get free shit at an arcade. I gave you free option to get candy. Like, what is the deal, girlfriend? And they, like, hid from me the entire night. Like, I took out the trash and they were, like, hiding their faces. I was like, what the fuck? I need health. Well, that's not what I needed. Why is this fight so long? I'm like at one hit too, like. God. Hi, Maddie, by the way. Sorry, I was ranting. I didn't want to interrupt it. Yes, this is technically Wizard 101. We pull some cards. There's some wizard hats. I know you'll probably enjoy your stay. Hi, Red. Welcome back. I'm not saying anything, but Red did say that I am cute this morning. So, Red is up here and y'all are down here. So, just want to put that out into the universe. So. Yes, you did, but you also decided to call me an F word, Jenny Rator. I mean, facts are facts. I almost just said the F word. Girl can't help it, girl can't help it. Oh, baby! Remember that song? Thank you, thank you. I did mess up on my makeup today. It's not my favorite, but you know, we're out here. I wasn't even supposed to stream today, so who really cares, you know? I feel like I've been in this battle for like 30 minutes. Like, can we move on? Oh no, I don't think it's horrible. I mean, I fixed it with freckles. I feel like if there's ever a problem with my makeup, I just put freckles on it. Which, like, serve. Like, I do not mind. I'm in my freckle era. Wait, that's so... Oh! Should I eat more pasta? What shape is it? It depends. Do y'all like normal pasta? I don't like spaghetti. I think there's a very big difference between pasta and spaghetti. Spaghetti just doesn't do it for me. I do not like spaghetti. Spaghetti gives me sus vibes. Spaghetti's sus. I hate spaghetti. Yeah, I hate it actually. I don't like spaghetti. Every time I eat spaghetti, I feel like I'm eating someone's intestines. I'm like, let's calm down. Oh god, we finally fucking did it. Jeez, only for 150 coins? Oh, coined, mama. I haven't had bow ties in a while, but I did like them. My favorite pasta shape, can you guess? I think I've said it here on the channel before. See if you can guess it. Let's guess. Let's play a guessing game. Guess who, but with pasta shapes? Wait, that'd be kind of a serve. I think Jenny knows my favorite pasta shape. No, you know I don't like lasagna.
Oh my grace! I was pinned down by those vile machines, but now they're scrap. So thank you. The name's Big Red. Even, huh? Well, you're big even to me now. Big's an honorific.
Just calling me big?
Big Red and Big Even.
I hate lasagna. I hate lasagna, I hate mac and cheese, I hate meatballs. Like, can we calm down? No. My favorite is shells. I love shells with like pepper, salt, butter, like a bunch of like toppings. Like I put like a bunch of different like spices and stuff on it, but not sauce. No, no, no. That's where you know. Not the shells. I love shells because like I love when you get the when they like merge together and make a big shell and it tastes so good. I love it. Oh yeah, that sucks. That does suck. But, you know. You just have to be a professional pasta maker like me. Just kidding. I honestly, like, I don't really love pasta that much. Like, I love it, like, some days, but, like, obviously I'm a chicken and fries type of girl. Everybody knows that. I mean, come on now. But, like, now that we mention it, I haven't had my favorite chicken tenders in, like, months. Because they haven't been available. I haven't gone grocery shopping in months. First of all, because grocery shopping is expensive. Second of all, it's a $20 Uber, and then I have to $20 Uber back. I hate living where I live right now. I miss living in the city and just being able to, like, get my stuff and, like, we can calm down. I remember I could walk to the grocery store. Now it's like, I have to fly a plane to go to a grocery store. It's like, Jesus Christ.
I wish I could help. Sorry, kid, but I got a life here. A precious little life.
Yeah.
And now that I can move freely again...
Oh my god, I wasn't even thinking of,
head back down to Two-Town. See, I have this brother, named Little Joe.
Oh, Big Red and Little Joe.
Oh, you'd remember. Looks just like me, only he's a jerk. I got sent here instead. He made some sort of deal. Little Joe tricked me. His own twin sister. So now he's down there, and I'm stuck up here, and I hate every minute of it. Oh, I was, for sure. And I was of two minds about it for a long time. But now I'm just tired. I know what he did was wrong. I just want to go home. And now I can. Oh, please, take...
Just a random side character I don't really care much about.
A feast for the set.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't even thinking, Maddie, but I did go, that's where I would walk. So I lived in New York City in the financial district, so I would walk from my apartment building, I would walk past the World Trade Center Memorial, and there was a inside Target. Yeah, I would go grocery shopping at a Target. There was a Target in Tribeca that I would go to, and I would do my grocery shopping in. There was a GameStop right next door, and that's where I got all my Slowpoke plushies. I have 7 because they would restock their Slowpoke plushies. So, yeah. But I was thinking more of when I lived in the city in Providence.
You simply have to try.
But if I could live in New York City again and not being crazy expensive for living in a studio, I would. I loved what I was talking.
It's a nice.
I was talking to you yesterday about it. I was talking about sorry, yesterday is such a blur. Yesterday was messy. Anyways, I was talking about, I don't even remember what I was saying. Fuck. Oh, my apartment in Brooklyn. My apartment in Brooklyn was beautiful. My apartment in Brooklyn had... Sorry, people looking for gameplay, and I'm just ranting about my life. I lived in a two-bedroom, a little hallway with 2 closets and a bathroom in Brooklyn, right on the water, for a good price. It was half of what I was paying when I was living in Financial District. So it was a lot, and I had 2 bedrooms and it was a whole house. Like, it was crazy for half the price I was paying just to live in Brooklyn. I miss Brooklyn. I do. I really do. I didn't even live there for that long. I broke my lease and moved home so fast. I think it was like 3 months I lived there. It was really bad for me.
Build my city in the sky. Go on, don't be shy. We need a new city.
She wasn't sure if she was ready, but on the other hand, she wasn't at all certain she'd ever be. So she did the only thing she could.
Shark is folding.
She went for it.
This is it, even. It all comes down to this. If you come at me with a moon poem, you'd better not.
If you come at me with a moon poem, you better not screw up. If you come at me with a moon poem, you better not rhyme. If you come up with a moon poem, you better not miss. It's screw up.
No, you're clearly not ready yet.
What? Okay.
Good. All is going according to plan. I truly am Toontown's greatest male individual.
I've got a card up my sleeve.
That scared the
in
fuck
my
out of
chest,
me.
Up my nose, up me... well...
I would love to move to Brooklyn, but my ass would... I've never been to Harlem. Harlem's uptown, though. Not downtown.
Everywhere. Let's try.
I miss being able to go to, we go in here? Yeah, this is where we were. I miss being able to, yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think it's on the same thing. What was I saying? I miss being able to go to Rockefeller and shop at the Nintendo store.
So, you want to try this again? Very well. It all comes down to this. If you come at me with a moon poem, you'd better not.
Wait, what? None of these rhyme. If you come at me with a moon poem, you better not screw up. If you come at me with a moon poem, you better not rhyme. What's a moon poem? Hey Siri. What's a moon poem?
Okay, I found this on the web for What's a Moon Poem. Check it out.
Huh?
Is that really the best you've got?
I guess we need to find another dialogue option. Hello? Hello? Love these things. They keep walking around the towns. They're really cute. You're killing me? What? Is it the last one?
So, you want to try this again? Very perfect.
Oh.
Yes.
That doesn't rhyme!
We shall pluck the wings from painted butterflies to
Hi,
fan the
Mirror.
moonbeams from two towns. Yes. Ooh, I like that very much. Let's proceed.
Dropping
And
my
we shall
remote.
be made minions of the moon to look forward to everything the mayor doth.
These all work! I don't know what these words mean. Hey Siri. Define croon.
Which word? As a verb, it means hum or sing in a soft, low voice, especially in a sentimental manner. Do you want to hear the remaining one?
No. Hey Siri, define spittoon. It's definitely not spoon. It's either sing or this spittoon business. I don't know what the fuck a spittoon is. What does doth mean? Hey Siri. Hey Siri. Define doth.
Doth means archaic third person singular present of do one.
Define do one. Okay. Thanks. I think it's croon.
Yes, there's no rule that says a poem can't talk up the poet some. Well done. Now, last verse. And we shall always swear by the 2 moons, for they change each day. The upside down town is the only place that offers such a...
I think it's the first one because that's the only one that makes sense. Hi, Jess. So bored. So true, bestie. I need games to play. Then buy some, bestie. Hello. Play the new Fortnite season. The new one just came out. They just changed it today. I'm gonna play it later, but I don't know if you have class later. Jess, get the Xbox Game Pass. For your Xbox, you can play like a bunch of games for like 5. I will give you the money for it.
Such perfect rhymes. For a perfect moon. I think I have it, yes. Well done, little poet. You have earned yourself quite a boon.
A what? I thought he said... Yes, play Roblox. So true. Then uninstall and play another one. Yo, Jess, the Xbox Game Pass has that cat game, the Blinks one we bought at the store. To play cowboy game.
Surprisingly pragmatic. I like that attitude. With this poem, I will be set free. Oh, but of course, I promise you I will dig into that matter. Meanwhile, I want to give you something
The Blinks
else.
game.
The highest honor in this land. I grant you access to the Second Moon's staging grounds. Few have ever had the good fortune to tread on that hallowed ground. Go there, admire it, and then I will give you what you seek. Construction is on schedule. Of course it is. I'm the best there is.
Alright, just interrupting my stream. Let's find something on the Game Pass so she can play it. Xbox. Game Pass. There's more on Xbox too. This keeps rolling up. Do you see that? I'm so annoyed. Yeah, that's why I'm playing this on right now, the EA Pass. Do they have Banjo-Tooie on there? Jess, I'm stealing your Xbox. Yo, Jess, play Bejeweled. You can get Bejeweled on there. So true. You can maybe try Dead Space. Dead Space is pretty good. Maybe try Doom. Doom's about like shooting and demons and stuff. You try Dragon Age. Dragon Age is about like dating and romancing people from like medieval times and fighting dragons. I'm giving you options here. I'm reading all the games that are going to be good. You can play the Fable games. The Fable games are really fun. They're like campy. Like you can fart and stuff in them. They're really fun. I've never played them before, but there's really good reviews on them. They're called Fable Anniversary, Fable 2, and Fable 3. Play Five Nights at Freddy's. Oh, Knockout City could be good too, Jess. That's the dodgeball game I was telling you about. You play Goat Simulator. Oh, try Hades. Hades is a good game. I don't know if you'll like it though, Jess, but a lot of people like that game. Just kidding. I don't think you'll like that at all. Never mind. Don't listen to me. Kingdom Hearts is on there. Kingdom Hearts is good if you like Disney, Jess. You maybe even try Skyrim, Jess. I know you've never played it, but you could try it. Very popular game. Like, why not if you can? Ooh, maybe Sea of Thieves. It's about being a pirate and you boat. Ooh, Jess, play Slime Rancher. Slime Rancher is a cute game. You, like, farm. It's, like, kind of like a mix of, like, Minecraft and, like, a silly, like, campy game. They're making a second one. You, like, farm, and raise, like, slimes. It's so cute, Jess. I think you might like it. You, like, take care of slimes and grow up with them. They're so cute. Hi, Daisy. I'm just going through the Game Pass and trying to figure stuff you like. Because I know you don't like super scary, but like, some of these are okay. You can play Viva Pinata. I mean, come on now. You can play Yakuza. That's the one that Red was suggesting. Oh, that's all the games. The ones I suggested are probably the best ones that I think you would like, Jess. That are on the Game Pass. Yeah, play Knockout. It's pretty good.
Construction.
I give up on trying to. Yeah, my friend Jewel is streaming it. And they told me what happens in the first one. No spoilers, though. I think it's already better than the second one, because I heard the second one is a flop.
Of employment?
So we go down? Nope.
Build my city in the sky. Go on, don't be shy. We need a new city that's way up at a significant height.
Beautiful, I guess, in its own sort of strange way.
I hope the Fortnite shop is tonight. Good. Guys, if you're up later, we can play Fortnite. I'm gonna play Fortnite on stream. But I want to get some of this done. Are you watching the new season? Oh, what does this do? More.
So this was the famed second.
Is AHS I don't know, Jess. I just want to get some of this done. Is AHS 10 good? AHS 10. Wait, what did I just say? Is it done already, like the half part of the season? There's only 3 episodes, right? 3? Is that right? 3? Yeah, I know Eureka was. There's only 4. So it's not done yet. Yeah, no spoilers. I haven't watched it yet either. I just know Eureka was in one. Okay, this is like impossible to keep up, so I am gonna do the initiative to bring this up like that. Yeah. I remember everybody was plucked when I did my tier list. Everybody was so mad. I didn't hate Call. Yeah, I did not like 1984. 1984 is so tired.
Mayor Royam's masterpiece. It was actually kind of a trap.
Oh.
Roll your dice and lead the playing piece into the structure of the Royam's second move.
Oh, yes. I mean, did I spill or what? The entire season is every season before this concept. It's so tired. Like 5 the same different seasons in one. It's so bad. And the goal of this board game it is to reach the final playing piece, wrecking Royam's moon. Sometimes a card will appear spawning an adversary and blocking your piece to advance. Step on the platform and you will receive a goal of 1. Or bring the playing piece to the tile.
The playing piece is blocked by an adversary. Defeat the adversary to advance.
Okay. Easy enough. I want to try this. Never done this before. That was dumb. Ridiculous. Can't use anything in this roll. High safety, bestie. Here we go. I can do something now. Ridiculous. Absolutely. Oh my god, wait, I didn't realize, Maddie, you changed your name. I, like, actually didn't realize. I agree. And for that... keep rolling a 4 and then it defaults to 2 and I'm like, okay. Fuck my drag.
Broken the wall.
The playing piece is blocked by an adversary. Destroy the adversary to advance.
No, literally. Honestly, I mean, like, the challenges were kind of lackluster towards the end. Like, I did not like the finale song. That's, like, the only thing I could think. But that's, like, it. Oh, safety bestie. Already prepping for spooky season. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Thank you, safety bestie. Oh my god. Safety, are you at work? Or do you actually have like a day off? Because I feel like you've been working your booty off. You did not drop your pizza. I am so sorry.
A slow time bubble has appeared.
This is our country. Ay, ay, ay. Boots and cats and boots and cats.
Here come the bombers, more bombers.
I need this money. I'm Good morning, Marshall. What the fuck? Let's calm down. Wait, so how do I kill him if he's up there? How interesting that. Oh my god. Does my dice do damage to me? I hope not. Can you believe that? Doesn't it feel... So I was looking at old clips on Nemesis Out of Context, and I was looking at old streams. Can you believe that it's been... We played... Oh! We played... Ow. We played Little Nightmares in February. Like, that feels like so long ago. I feel like a different person from then. Yeah, I came out in Feb.
Blocking enemy has been defeated. The playing piece may advance.
The playing piece has broken through the wall.
And isn't it crazy? I keep meaning to make a post, like, I want to make, like, a post that's, like, a bingo, or not, like, a bingo, but, like, a chart that's, like, what was your favorite stream from me this year so far? I keep meaning to do it, but if I did FNAF in VR this Halloween, I think I would shit.
Blocked by an adversary. Destroy the adversary to advance.
I remember Trashly being like, you need to do it, but I was like, I'm gonna cry. Easy answer, E3. I loved E3. Not loved the content, but it was definitely a really fun time together. What do you mean you won't be there, Mia? Mia, you're like, I'm not gonna be there, as if, like, every stream is gonna be on that one day you go to the concert, bestie. Like, are you going to, like, are you going to Drag Race that you don't have your phone? For 2 months? Mia on Drag Race? Mia on Drag Race, I fear. Marshall, I don't want to hear it, sweetie. I had to get up at 9 in the morning and get into drag for no premieres 4 days in a row, so... Who really lost here? We lost, y'all. We really lost at E3, y'all. That was a time.
The playing piece is blocked by an adversary. Defeat the adversary to advance.
When I mean Halloween, I mean like the entire month of October. Halloween 1st. And then October 31st is Halloween finale.
The blocking adversary has been defeated. The
Halloween opening night is October 1st. Yeah, the fights are really long in this. Oh, it just knocked me out. Oh wait, that's a really good card. We're still in Two Town. We haven't progressed a lot, honestly. I've been ranting today about, like, everything under the sun. It's true, Mia will be part of all winners. It's true.
A new opening has been opened.
Hi, Lala. Just doing this boss fight, you know it. Trying to not die. My foot's asleep, because I'm sitting in my lap. Drunk in love. I don't know why I said that, but Saint is gonna eat. I'm so excited for them. Oh! So weird that they have an 8-person cast this season. Very weird. Very bizarre.
Whoopsie. Even had a feeling she had broken the moon, and that somehow Mayor Royam wasn't too happy about that. Oh, feeling confirmed.
No, it's true. It's true. Ew! That's scary. Don't come near me, sir. Did I order food? I should probably order food.
Even, what did you do? At one moment, Royam was a part of me, overseeing the construction. And in the next, he torn himself free and went off howling at the moon. There's no saying what he's capable of now that he's free from my influence. You taught him to rhyme? Oh no, there's no telling what he'll do now. Be very careful, Even. I don't know what happens next. We're in uncharted territory here, whatever you do. Be careful.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Right.
What is this? Summon a clock that slows down. No, I don't. Quick draw. Each crystal is worth. Yeah, I want that. Another one of those.
Nice with a new card. Manny's got what you need.
I just think it's funny when people come into my chat and they're like, Nem, would you ever be on Drag Race? No. They would yell at me to not wear a blonde wig, and I would go home. Like, how dare you? Would you ever be on Drag Race? No. Oh my god, I thought I restart my game. It was silent. That's so funny. As it should be. Nobody moved. Let's use this, I guess. But if they just cast someone on Drag Race that doesn't do drag, they're just like, yeah. They come out on the stage in like khakis. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Fuck. Damn it. Yeah, that runway was rotted. I try to not think about that because, like, their track record was so good, and then I just think about that runway and it made me gnar. It was the khakis and flats for me. Yes, I saw that. I do love Trinity, yeah. They came to Providence and they were such a sweetie to all of us. Their like flight got delayed and they like got into quick drag and it was stunning. They have a booking. I mean, honestly, like, I wouldn't if I was Max. They did them so dirty on TV. I'd be like, no. They also just did them dirty on social media, like, because they were still in the contract, so they could still, like, use Max's name and, like, talk about them, but they would always use, like, bad images and, like, bad clips and, like, bad everything. Like, what is your obsession with, like, ruining people? Like, I was watching a Tudor boot, and they chose the most rotted picture for Max, and I was like, why are you doing that? Like, what is the reason? Like, pick a good picture. Like, they're obsessed with slandering Max for some reason. It's like, get a hobby. Oh yeah, Max won 2 challenges and was eliminated 4th, 5th. Technically 4th because Trixie came back, so. Yeah, they won 2. They won the one with Pearl and then they won the 2nd challenge. Nope, they won 2 in a row. I think it was the theater and then the joint with Pearl. Yeah, they were very, very... Their point of view was incredible. This is the Despies. Oh wait, no, 5th. They were after Candy. Wait, no. I don't remember. Oh yeah, it was after Candy. So many enemies. I don't know if that's true. Jaden was after Max. I'm talking elimination order. Like, they got, like, they were eliminated 5th. Like, not 5th place. Jesus. This isn't even the boss fight, like... Oh, we gotta go? There's more enemies? Are you serious? I'm down. I don't want to brag or anything, but I have 7 bags of chips upstairs. Just want to put that out there. I have like a full cabinet of chips. I don't know why. I like looked the other day and I was like, wow, yeah, I do have this many chips, huh? What the? I did not like that move. Please don't do that again. Please don't do that. I would not appreciate that. Okay, you can die. You can die. Oh my god. Please don't kill me. Oh. Oh, he's... What? Oh god. Okay, we're good. Whatever. 3 of them are, yeah. I found them at the store the other day. I was very thankful. I was feeling #blessed. I am so #blessed! That's a Rita Baga reference. Just putting that out there. I am Rita Baga.
Oh, hello there, Even, you little monster.
Royam.
You come here into a town full of strangers, and the first thing you do is destroy my beautiful moon. Oh, Even, you've made me very angry.
Look, if you'll just give me the eyes, I'll...
These eyes? You
Oh,
want
no,
me
no,
to
no, no.
give them to you?
Don't do that ever again.
I'm not giving you anything, child.
But you promised! When I gave you rhymes, you said I earned them, and...
Oh, you have earned something. Take a deep breath, even, because it's the last thing you'll ever take from anyone.
I think, wasn't Rita just on Big Brother?
You're going to lose because I rhyme tight when I follow my personified force of creativity.
Yeah, I agree. Like, Rita's literally top 2, top 3. Like, I definitely felt like everybody should be at the reunion. Like, I don't know how to like explain it. It would have been cool if they were all there. I know Kiara slept in, but like literally they all should have been there. Like 3 of them were absent. It was like, okay.
I was going to say that. Quiet! Stop robbing me of my rhymes before I get to them. Only I may ride this lyrical flow. Got it? Crusher!
Oh. Please don't look at me. Oh my god, I'm nervous! Airplane emoji, very nervous for this fight. Dicey, can you go get that over there?
Get him, Dicey!
How do I dodge these? I don't know how to dodge them. The fear in my body that I'm like actually fearful of this. Oh, Dicey. Bestie! Ay, ay, ay.
All right. Time to rhyme battle.
We're gonna rap battle?
I hope your loved ones are ready to cry, because in a few moments you're going to...
Eat a French fry. I got it.
Dang it, that is good.
That wasn't my rhyme, but I think my rhyme was better. Does he still attack? Okay, we're good. I think we're good. I hope we're good. You just hit Dicey! So rude. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, it's fine. Ow. Just getting stabbed. It's fine.
I hope people won't think you're too shoddy when they discover that you're a dead,
You're embarrassing yourself! I see, go. Ow. I only got a 1? That's no help. Fuck. Did the wrong way again. I always dash the wrong way. Yeah. I mean, the game's called Lost in Random, so it's kind of the gimmick that, like, everything is random, like when you throw the dice. Okay. You get to make decks for when you do roll. You can, like, choose what you want in your deck for when you roll. Can I, like, hit his hand? Oh, I can. Can I just hit his stomach?
To me, you're just an annoying butt, and my robots are gonna tear out your guts. Yes, your guts. Ah, ha, ha.
It's kind of violent.
Let's see how you handle this one. You thought you were a knight, but you're a knave, and I'm gonna send you to an early
grave.
Early death hole.
No, it's grave.
I was getting there. I was gonna get there in 1 second.
This would be me as, like, a supervillain. I'd be like, I can't do math, I don't know words, but I'm very intimidating. Well, this sucks. Ooh, that was close. Haha, you killed your friend, you dumb idiot. Now that's camp. Literally. I mean, there's a bow, but I don't know why it doesn't show up as much as it should. Get a shotgun card. Leak. rolled a 1. Jesus Christ. Nice.
I'll try to not let it go to my head that I am the reason you'll soon be resting in peace. This is the rhyme that's going to end your time here in Random. My parents wanted me to be a goat herder, but I'd much rather be an even,
Murderer?
Silence! I was going to think of that eventually.
That's violent. That's not very nice. Very violent. We need to lock you up. Put you in fucking jail. You freak! Oh, wait. Please tell me I got a 1. Okay, perfect. Gonna die. Gonna die at the end of the boss fight. It's definitely very oh my god, he still attacks? Okay. No, I'm a fan of that! Okay, I'll take this, Thank you, thank you, thank you! Oh my god, please draw a card that has health in it. Please! There's no health cards! Ah! Please roll a 1! Oh my god. Yes! Okay, and I just lost the health I just got, so that's kind of annoying, but oh my god! Y'all, we lost! Y'all! We lost! We lost! I'm so scared right now!
Oops, my bad. Mind went to a dark place there. This is what actually happened.
Let's get this dinner situation sorted out. Let's all eat dinner together. What are we getting? I don't know. My DoorDash, I don't think, opens on my phone. Like, I don't understand why it doesn't. Because DoorDash is the only thing near me that will actually work. Oh, wait, I don't even have it installed. Hello? See if it'll work when I reinstall it. We were talking about, like, food in the area that... Oh! Wait! There's a really good food store in my area. On Grubhub. It's usually on Grubhub, so I don't have to, like, order on the phone. Because I hate talking to these people on the phone because they're so mean to me. Oh, it's open though. Like, they just don't open their Grubhub thing. Ugh, and they're gonna want cash too. Fuck. Let me see if my mom has cash. Do you have cash, bestie? You know my mom. Hey, bestie. Oh, she responded pretty quick.
Oh, hello there.
Foolish little girl, you're going to lose because...
Mean how? Just because I like call and then they're just like not, they just don't like their jobs. They're just like, yeah, you want that? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Working hard like I do. Working hard like I do. I'm staring very intently at my phone to see my mom's response. Hard like I... I mean, I don't... Hold on. Let me call them. Hi, Pacta. Working hard like I do. Okay, I'm gonna call and order food. This isn't the right number. I was muted. Oopsie. I was saying we never talk about my background. Okay, order dinner. Everybody, let's Venmo my mom. Who wants to Venmo my mommy? Everybody send a tip to my mom. I'm trying to click on her profile. Girly pop. Here we go. Okay, perfect. Dinner is all set to go. Girl. Why don't you come sit on my lap? Come on! Alright, let's beat Royam in the booty cheeks.
personified force of creativity. I was...
Went the wrong way again. I mean, I went the right way, but I just didn't do it the right time. Oh, does he take damage? Oh, he... Wait. Oh, he doesn't take a lot of damage. That was close. Oh, fuck. Two. Fuck. Sometimes Dicey doesn't go the right way. I feel like we're playing Haunted Grounds again.
My robot.
If our rhymes were deadly, you'd be invincible, Ryan.
All I hope your loved ones are ready to cry. Dang it.
Fuck. Oh my god. Oh my god! Like, why is there no game mode option? Like, I want to play on the easiest mode. Is there? Oh my god, there is! This is so embarrassing. It didn't ask me when we started the game. This might be easier now. Yeah, why do you think I'm so addicted to Genshin? Love gachas. Love RNG. Oh, the mouse is in the middle of the screen. I'm sorry if that was distracting. Some people, I know it bugs people. I do! I'm saving for Kokomi, though. I know everybody's upset that she's, like, kind of bad, but her design is in, like, being a beautiful, like, mermaid, like, support character. She's gonna be my new main. I'm gonna spend probably, like, $200 on her. Not to be, like, weird or anything, but I do have money saved from her from work. Like, I have a Genshin fund that I save specifically for Genshin, and I haven't spent a lot recently on Genshin, so I do expect to spend a lot of money on her. Especially because the top-up bonus just reset. And I want her weapon, too. Have you seen her weapon? It's gorgeous. When they come out with a character that's, like, obsessed with plants, it's over for me. I will literally, like, cry and piss and shit on the floor. They release a Poison Ivy character, I will die.
I'll try to not let it go to my head that I am the reason you'll soon be resting in peace.
Oh yeah, this is a lot easier now. Look at the damage.
How are you so bad at...
Let's see. You thought you were a knight, but you were a knave. I was...
Oh no, well, I did the... I wouldn't say anything. Well, I don't know. Don't say anything just for other people in the chat. Oh yeah.
No, no, I won't go back. I can't go back. It's not fair.
Don't look at me because I don't care. Got you. You better drag his ass in a rhyme.
Back you go, my friend.
Where? Oh, he slurped him. I'm not sure, Mac, honestly. It takes two to make a thing go right.
Was now stored inside a different and nicer mayor's head. Even and Dicey had done an excellent job. And I was doing an excellent job narrating it. Not that they'd ever realize. Even was learning the world was even...
Oh.
Now, all Even and Dicey had to do was return the eyes to Seymour. With him.
Let's go to Seymour. Seymour butts. Oh.
They'd made it. Even and Dicey had survived. And what's more, defeated Royam, the dark side of the mayor.
Money.
The journey was far from over. Sorry, I'll be quiet now. Yeah, I just get so carried away sometimes. It's just so exciting being a storyteller, you know? Okay. Now, I'll be quiet.
It is good to be whole once again.
It is good to be whole once again. You when I get topped for the first time in a while. Sorry.
Even so, he is. Furthermore, I think I've learned without him. He says hello, but... Goodbye, Even.
I don't like you. Stay away from me.
And so, Even went to give Seymour his eyes back. I'm positive he was dying to make eye contact with his pupils.
Get it, eyeing. So funny.
Oh dear. These are terrible. I'll edit them out later.
Oh, I don't have any money. Oh, I don't have any money. Then why'd you order a fucking pizza?
The number 2 come to random, and lo, it was good. Oh dear, do I ever shut up? And lo, did the number 2 inspire all to praise the Queen for twice as long. And lo,
Hey, Seymour.
bless us with not 1, but 2 towns.
Hey, what happened? I heard a ruckus.
Long story. But I've got your eyes, Seymour.
Oh, My peepers and weepers. Oh, I've missed you so much.
Oh.
Much better. And
Much
as for
better.
those pips, if you don't mind, it just takes a little precision, the utmost finesse, and...
Oh.
Done. Good as new, little buddy. That I mostly am, even. Thank you for helping me properly see again. Not everyone would have done what you did, and old Seymour here will never forget that. So, what are you gonna do now? I know you'll find her even. You found my eyes, and they're probably way smaller than your sister, right? So, there you have it. Well, I wish you well on your next adventure. And, if I could give you some... Every roll of the dice... oh, you do? Fair enough. Bye, even. I'll miss you, but I'm sure we'll see each other again in...
Bye, bestie. Alright, I just want to move on with the story, so... Roll the 3. Open the gates. Open up the gates.
About to enter the land of 3. Who knew what adventures awaited her there? The answer is me. I do. I'm the narrator. But for Even and Dicey, the adventure was just beginning. And Even's sister was still out there, somewhere, lost in random.
Okay. Oh, I'll play Fortnite when the Fortnite shop resets. That'll be good. Ah! 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 Cracking my arm. Ah! Ah! What's the tea, Christine? What's the tea? Why is the dice getting big? Oh, when you're big. Oh my. Yeah, yesterday's was flop. I hope they put that on the TikTok. IMHO TikTok. You're big. Excuse me.
Home, I guess.
Don't touch that!
Oh. Not gonna lie, I want that lady to step on me. She's so hot. Oh my, you are so loud.
Never touch it again.
You're up here. Our voice needs to be inside voices. Inside voices, lady. Let's go. Come on.
Of course. You could never break anything I've built. Nobody could. But you could. Anyway, forget it. Because I have something for you, Odd. Something special. No, you can't. Go on.
So loud, I have to skip her dialogue. I put the mask on. Oh, mask up! No, yeah, she's hot. Love that. She's cool. I love her design. Another, big mommy character. Mommy? Excuse me. Mommy? Mommy? Excuse excuse me. You guys like that I'm using the tags gay and bi because if you use the transgender non-binary tag, like trolls are more prone to come attack us. Please leave me alone.
Above even was one of the Queen's royal spiders.
Not a spider.
Taken away on that terrifying night. They were the collectors of children who were to become Sixers.
Come on, Dicey! We can't let it get away! Hurry! She's in our sights! Not today, spider monster!
Oh yeah, I'm sorry I keep yawning. It's probably because I'm hungry. Like I haven't had anything to eat.
You! Oh, wait!
The ghostie is back! I think I'm gonna do an outfit change for when we play Fortnite. I know I've been doing those a lot, but like for the YouTube videos, I like switching up like the outfit, so it looks like it's a different day. I don't know.
Did you see those robots? What do you mean you've seen bigger?
I've seen a lot bigger. Ooh. Money. Now that you said that mid-video. No, edit that out. I'll censor it. Just kidding. I don't fucking care, but... I'm so pale. I wish I could tan. It just doesn't happen.
I always knew I was a Sixer at heart. I knew. I'll do all
lady.
sorts of important work for the Queen while Bernard mops the floor. Hey, where is Bernie? Bernard is gone!
A Sixer child is missing! I repeat.
What?
Look! It's Bernie! From back home! Of course we should help him. He'll be eaten alive out here.
Who's Bernie? I don't remember him. What's her name?
The spider seemed impossible to get into at the moment. Oh, but perhaps Bernie would know how to get to her sister. Even knew...
Come on! We've got to find him!
Oh, yes. Time was of the essence. I was done anyway.
Oh, he was done.
Freedom was a district tearing itself apart in a three-way civil war. A murdered father, 3 siblings, each suspecting the other of the deed. And a giant battle droid, given to each by the Queen to settle the matter.
Oh, bye.
Your house of cards will
I'm
never
noble,
fall
you
down
understand.
when you build it with
Heck,
Manny's help.
most of us here are.
Oh, hello. You've made it to 3-Town, have you?
Ah!
Careful here. Those triplets don't mess around.
I would be red if I could finish it, but I'm still at the beginning of the game on the second one. Oh, I almost bought that card. That would have been bad. That would have been really bad for me. Oh, I don't have enough money again. Erg. Am I supposed to go down there? This. Let us through.
Find them. Let none who attack the king. Let none of them. Where was?
Fascinating. Fascinating.
Away from me. What the fuck?
Attack has begun. The king must be saved. What? Identify yourself, stranger. I am Nishka, and I used to protect somebody important, I think. A ruler, maybe? Before. Oh, even, you sweet child. You can't keep clinging to the past. The king's dead and gone now for. What? How did you know my name? A lucky guess. About the king! Protect the
Uh-huh.
Oh boy, I can't wait to get back home. But I can't get back home without knowing the way. Or can I? Oh, hey, mister. Do you know the way to one... oh, wow. You want a hug? Okay. Woo, woo, woo.
Wow, it's pretty cold in here and dark too.
Oh, poor Bernie. Well, what ate him? Bernie got bored. I didn't want to do that. Don't talk to me. Nobody look at me.
You want to know about the Shadow Man?
I don't, actually. Oh, do I have to?
You want to know about the Shadow Man? The Shadow Man comes when night eats day. He'll come and take your child away. And you might cry, and you might pray. But the Shadow Man comes when night eats day.
Okay.
He don't like shine, and he don't like sun. He'll come out the walls when the daylight's done. Snuff out Molly Grow Alley's lights. Then you best run. Sounds to me like you're fixin' to go see him. I wouldn't think we just... You want to know about the Shadow Man?
Snuff out the lights. I can't find the Shadow Man if it's light out. So what now? Street light terminal? Oh, we have to go down here and turn off the lights. Yeah, everyone. Ew, it looks like shit down here. We'll go in here. Get us some money. Woo!
Dicey!
Oh, okay, wait. Stay there.
Even suddenly felt like she was being watched. And to tell you the truth, I did too.
Oh, I'm kind of scared. Not me being watched. Uh-oh. No, not this guy. I've seen him in the video.
Are you the Shadow Man?
I have many names, little one.
Okay, fair enough. Have you seen a little boy? About yay high?
Let me think. This one?
Oh, wow, even is that you? I'm so glad to see you. Can you believe that I'm stuck?
Is he gonna like die? Like what's happening?
He's mine now. I won't be
letting him go? I believe you'd call that leverage.
Oh, I hate distorted voices.
No. No, nothing you have, child. And I suspect nothing you can bring me. That remains to be seen. But perhaps you're right. I want the same thing all of us want here. Peace. I want the triplets' war to end.
You just want me to end a war? Okay. I'm a kid.
Oh, I'm not. But people only truly fear things that move in the dark during peace. During war, if you want me to give you a nod, then I won't. I don't care how. I don't care about anything even, except being feared by everyone again. I've watched you. I know you're a dice wielder. I've been around for centuries even. I know more than your mortal world has forgotten. You alone carry the power to affect the arenas and those giant robots. Figure it out, or you will never see your precious Bernard or any other child I choose to take again. Without peace, there will be no boy, no hope, and you will never see. Then consider this.
To save Bernard from the wretched Shadow Man, even had to end Threedom's civil war. It was a hard task, an impossible task, but she wasn't going to let her friend die. The first thing she needed was information. Perhaps some of the locals would be willing to share what they knew.
Poor woman, completely mad.
I have to talk to the locals?
You, I remember you. No, I don't remember much. Oh, with the children. The 3 children. Well, no! No, I was there to protect him! I was his bodyguard, and he was
Oh, shut up!
I'm sorry, I forgot what we were talking about. Hello? Do I know you? I'm sorry. I'm afraid that these days but there have been times where an object reminds me of things, holding an important artifact that reminds me of a person or an event. That could bring it all back. Can you find these objects for me? One for each triplet. That could bring it all back. Oh, and what's that you say? Oh, if only I could remember.
Okay. Oh my.
That platform reminds me. I'm supposed to warn travelers about something. I'm supposed to say something very, very important. Oh well, it's probably fine, and we should all stop worrying about it.
Okay. So where? Objects. Find the murder weapon? The Count's item? The Duke's item? The Baroness item? Oh dear God, what did I do? Oh, they fighting. Oh shit. Oh my. Uh-huh. Yeah! Oh, haha, got you.
Seeing the ease at which Dicey affected the world, Even was surprised to find herself feeling a little bit frightened of him. How could someone so small and innocent contain so much untamed power? And now, Even suddenly felt like she had the world on her shoulders.
Let's go, girls. Dun, 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 dun. I cannot see a damn thing down here.
The Count, ladies and gentlemen, the Count has won the role.
The only thing I can't predict are the rolls of the Queen's
This way.
Dark Dice, but everything else I know.
I'm enjoying this game, but the only like problems I have is like the repetitivity of it already. Like, there's a lot of like NPCs that I see like a lot, like they look the same, and then the gameplay, like the combat doesn't really change a lot. The boss battles are fun and the story's good, but it's like it's very repetitive. Ooh, go in there. That's my only complaint though. Like, it's still like a 8, 9 out of 10.
Goes the way you expect, does it? All at the whim of a dice.
Deals here. Get your deals here.
685. What can we get? I definitely want this one. Triplet bombs. Ooh, I want these ones. Wait, these are cool.
I know you do.
The trenches. Sorry, it's not funny. I don't know where I'm going, but I'm just hanging out. Oh, is this the item I need? Count you the third of his name, the comfort plushie. Oh, I got it. Oh, he just wanted a plushie? Got it, girl. We got it, girl. Well, thank God we changed the difficulty, because this will make this go by a lot easier. A lot less painless. Hi, Moiska. I'm doing good. I just ordered food, so my food I think just got here too, so we're gonna play Fortnite in a bit. If my sister comes back, but I want to get this chapter done before we switch. Oh, I can get 3s now, so my thing. Alright. Is that an alright to the gameplay being repetitive and the fights being long? Because, yeah. I got a 3. Oh, I got a 2. My microphone is placed, like, right where the number is. So I'm like, okay. Fresh Bussy? Thank you so much for the follow. Can't wait to see what you have to say in 5 minutes after the timer. Thank you so much. Hey. So true, Fresh Bussy bestie. That was so aggressive. My phone dropped so violently. Was that not so aggressive? That was too much. I fear. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Really? When is enough enough? What is that? I have to fight that? Oh dear God. I'm gonna spawn one of those dice things. Hold on. Hopefully it'll take some damage. Oh wow. Okay. Oh God. Oh my fuck. To die on easy mode. That's embarrassing. Oh! Why can it shoot shit like that? Stop. Okay, I'm gonna go the other way. Thank you so much. Their health. There it is. We did it! Nice, we got money for that too. Spend it on new stuff. I think that was one of the items we needed to get for the quest. I believe. Hello? Jesus. Okay. What is this? Summon a King's Almighty, smack the adversary in front of it. That's campy. I want this thing. I want to get another health thing, I think. Whatever this is. What is that? Acid cannon? Oh, I only have 5 coins. That's quirky. I think my food's here. Waiting to see if my food is. I heard the dogs barking, so I would assume. Wait, Simone went to the Met? Like Simone Drag Race? That's served. I'm gonna quickly go see if my food's here and get another drinky drink. Let me clean my desk. My desk a mess right now. Hold on. Ew, don't look at my back. What foodies? I got chicken and fries. Shocker. That's all I eat. That's what my tummy's filled with. And you know what? I'm not sorry for it. I'm not gonna apologize for it. My tummy likes chicken and fries. Locked. All right. Got some food. Fresh pussy, so true. Alright. I just wanna smoke some weed, eat some food, and love all my friends. That noise. Ew, I hate like why? Ugh. Like coleslaw with chicken? Get away from me! Can I open this, please? Oh, they gave me a fork to eat my food with. Wow. Salting my food. Okay, but steak fries, you need to put salt and pepper on them. Like, come on now. My food is right here. Eating with the stream. We're on a dinner date, everybody. Eating airplane emoji. Dinner date emoji. And I have a fork to eat my fries with so I don't get the grease on the controller. So true. Watch this. I don't know why they gave me a fork to eat fries with. I feel like that's definitely camp. Fries are so fucking good. Oh. I love steak fries. Probably some of my favorite. How do I get in? Yeah, let me get you one, Mia. Here you go, Mia. Eat up! I have 10. Can I fit 10 on one fork? I'll give you 2. You go, eat up! From McKeith fries. So true. Bitch, I'm chowing down! Oh! Oh, this one looks good. Oh, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Wait, get in there. Oh. It's like, where do I... Oh, maybe I go back.
Your deals here.
I love that there's a war happening. I'm like, let me eat some fries.
It's funny. Your little friend up there reminds me of something. He seems so small. Ah, yeah. He's brimming with power, isn't he? The power to reach. What?
Oh, not what I was supposed to do. I don't know if I can survive hot sauce. I do like spicy stuff, though. I want to try more spicy food. I don't like sauce, though. Sauce can fuck off. I like dry food. I think I like if my food is supposed to be dry, I like it dry. If it's supposed to be wet, I like it to be wet. Like, I don't want to mix the two. If that makes sense. Oh my Jesus. Oh, Dicey's supposed to go over there. Dicey, go. We're gonna have to do another battle.
Someone has entered your ruined castle, Your Grace.
I swear, it must be my bloody sister, the Baroness, or my fancy-pants brother who thinks he's so much better than me, sending their assassins to smother me in my sleep. But this count is awake and ready for you! You hear that, assassins?
Uh-huh. I got fries.
I've got cars to trade. Don't...
I forgot I don't have any money. Haha.
Want to follow suit? I know you do.
The Count? I love that guy.
Ooh, go in here, money. I'm sorry, eating like a pig right now. I'm so hungry. This is my favorite food in town. So good. Oh my, this is different. What is this game about? So, it's about... So our sister got taken at the beginning of the game, so we're trying to figure out where she is, but the whole game is based off of the roll of the dice. It's kind of like Little Nightmares inspired, like Madness Returns, Alice Madness Returns. Very cool. I can't really explain it. Like, if you watch the YouTube video of like the opening of the game, it might explain it more, because honestly, it's like... It's basically we're just trying to find our sister, like that's it. Like, and then we just go through like characters from different towns. It's really fun. Story's pretty solid too. Ow. And the gameplay doesn't feel like too finicky. It's like really good. I thought I rolled the dice. Can we roll the dice, please? It is really smooth. Ow. Okay. Sir, you're not very nice. Jesus, not this. What if Dice Bestie dies at the end of the game? Will I cry? Probably. Ooh, new weapon. Oh my god. I can kill him over the wall. Idiot. Gotta use my fork. I almost picked it up with my hand. Trying to eat these before they get cold, because if they get cold, it's over. You just don't want to eat them anymore. done? Did we do it? We did it.
Aha! You're here to kill me, aren't you?
No,
Help me to die?
not what I said.
Bah! War! Have you ever marched out into a battle, little girl?
Hmm?
That's exactly what a master assassin would say. Unlike you, mysterious interloper, I have been in battle every day in my mind.
Right.
You're being rude. Oh, you're being rude so that I'll think no assassin would draw attention to themselves with such rudeness and then kill me. Kids can be assassins. I've heard of it. In stories
Ava.
that may or may not have been based on truth.
Oh.
End it? How can you end it when the Colossus has already moved more than once today? This war is only heating up. What's wrong? Everything! My bodyguard is dead, the war goes poorly, and then well, and then poorly again. And on top of that, Count Shmoo has been kidnapped.
Count Shmoo?
The third of his name, yes. He was stolen from me by the vicious Baroness, my meanie of a sister. Shmoo is like a son to me, and I haven't been able to sleep since he was taken.
Oh, is he the plushie we got?
And I shall give you something. Hmm? How do you like that?
Our minds. We already did this. So easy.
Nishka, the only one I could trust besides my father. She disappeared when he was killed, but you're in no shape to replace her, child.
Nishka's literally back there, girly.
She was the whole family's bodyguard. She was great. Or so I thought until she let one of us, not me, kill my father. Of course. Obviously I would keep track of that. Someone took it. A little bird whispered that it's locked up in the head of the broken colossus that used to be my father's. It should be collecting ashes somewhere in the battlefield. Why? Was someone going to use it to assassinate me?
You know what? Yeah.
Ha! Fools! I'll see that robot head coming a mile away. A truly amateurish attempt at political murder.
Oh my god, every time I drink a Sprite, I get the hiccups.
Even if she's alive, that leaves my lands undefended and myself open
Ava?
to assassination. Ha! It'll never happen.
Calm down. Oh!
So that's the deal. Find my plushie, and I'll give you... Well, I don't 'tis yours if you recover Shmoo.
I have Shmoo in my back pocket, girly.
The Count was an odd duck. And a paranoid duck, too, come to think of it. But even was now one step closer to triggering Nishka's memories. And possibly, just possibly, ending this war in freedom.
I have it.
Oh, Shmoo! You're back!
Shmoo!
Lovable little scamp! I should scold you. You had me worried to death. Oh, but I can't stay mad at that face. By the card makers, Count
Yeah, right,
Shmoo
'cause I play a lot of retro.
You're back home with Daddy. You've done good here today,
Oh,
noble child.
no, we're
You've
not gonna say
returned my
that.
Shmoo to
Ah,
me.
Daddy. Hold
Which
on.
is just about the exact opposite of assassinating me. I'm forever in your debt. And now let me give you this finger. It's
This
yours.
femtop.
I hope that, with it, you can uncover the truth of my father's murder.
The Count femtop. So true.
The crime scene. One of my servants found it there. It's been long since.
Be who you are! Okay, we got a pinky. Thank you so much. Why is this guy, like...
Citizens, country compatriots, let yourself eat cake, for now arrives the winner of the role, the Duke.
The Duke. Yeah. Is something I could buy?
Poor Even. You still don't know how to say what you want.
What is going on?
Sir, 1,000 apologies, sir, but
This
your
wig.
afternoon cake was burnt in the chef's oven.
A cake flambe? Oh, how delightfully decadent. I'll take the whole thing.
But sire, it's burnt to a crisp.
Ooh, a new flavor I haven't experienced for years. What an amusing diversion. Have
Yeah,
Chef serve it to
bags.
me at dinner, and if he refuses, kill him. And then yourself.
Yes, sir.
He is so
The
mean.
Duke certainly lived in style.
Oh, give me
Though
this.
It was all a show, and the horrors of war did sometimes bleed through the artifice the Duke had constructed. But if he ever noticed it, he certainly never let it show.
The wigs on everybody here. That's campy. I'm gonna take a like I'm gonna take like a 5 to 10 minute BRB. Y'all don't mind. So yeah, I'll be right back. Just gonna like go get a water and like powder my nose. I'll be right back. My chair literally moved downwards when I sat down. That doesn't make me feel insecure or anything. Oh, here we are again. I eat some chicken. What's going on, Bessie? That money? No.
You may approach. No, no, no. This simply will not do. That is not how you greet a duke, child. Leave, and return only when you can greet me properly.
Huh? Okay.
A pleasure to make your acquaintance, child. Look at you, child. Why, you might as well be dressed in rags. Who are you, and what brings you here? Oh no, child. That is not how you introduce yourself in conversation. You must always curtsy first.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, heavens no. You want just a slight bob at the end, child.
A bob?
It's always so unseemly when a lady goes down too far and then snaps her head up like a drinking bird. Here, like this. Oh, wonderful, wonderful, yes. Perfectly wonderful. Now, what did you want to discuss?
Well, I never.
Hello, darling. You're a long way from home, aren't you?
Redora. Me.
No, no, darling. That's not how you address a superior. In this kingdom, whenever you meet someone of a higher station, you must always begin by saying, begging your forgiveness. So there you go, darling. Now go on.
I'm gonna have to remember this. Oh, fuck my life. Not really sure of the story in this area, but go off, I guess.
At 10 hut recruits, for the Baroness has won the role. All hail her rule and her rules.
Look at you. You're the spitting image of an unskilled laborer. Perhaps a chimney sweep? Child, no. You simply can't address people this way. You must always use their title. It's a simple matter of respect. You're very well.
Uh-huh.
You may approach.
No.
Yes.
So,
My character have a blue lip on? What is that?
oh. Inconceivable rudeness. Leave.
Ah!
You.
As I curtsy.
So. Oh. Well, well now. Finally some respect around here. Well met, Lady Evelyn. What brings you to the company of the Duke, the one and only rightful ruler of freedom today?
I'm so gassy. Oh. Excuse the fuck out of me.
Our old bodyguard. Oh, heavens, what is there left to say? She protected us until she did. Oh, good for her. I should send her a cake. Only we haven't. No, out of the question. I have only. All right. I, in my infinite wisdom and appetites. There is a portrait of me here. Certainly, you've noticed my beauty, my handsomeness, my regal demeanor. I am there with my father. When we split our lands after my father died, the Count took control.
Okay.
In the nostalgium, on the Count's land, I'm sure.
Okay. We need a painting. The nostalgia bubble. I think it's back here. Oh, more money. More money. I thought I saw something. I have enough money.
Deals here. Get your deals here. Everything. Well, most of it's. I mean, it's down. Yeah, everybody needs some.
Don't not want to talk to that guy, please. I could be wrong, but I think it's this way. Right? I remember when we walked into the nostalgia, whatever. Oh my. What was. Oh my god.
I've got cars to trade. Don't you want to follow suit? I know you do.
I thought my game crashed and I was like,
Bets are off when you've got a new card from old Manny Dex.
Is it?
The Baroness lived atop Wild Card Hill, a training ground for war and a home to warriors. It was not a place for children. But then again, thought even.
Oh no, I don't want to fight.
Was.
Guys, calm down. I don't want to fight. I'm not here to fight. I can't get Lemon's verse from that song with Priyanka out of my head. It's stuck in my head. It's all over my TikTok, and now it's stuck in my head. Nar, stop. Ah, shit. I don't think I'm supposed to go here yet. We still have to get...
Well, well.
This wig.
Follow me impressed. Most interlopers find themselves dead long before this point. A dang hut! How did a child like you make it up here? Ha! A likely story. You must have just snuck past them. Blind chance. At ease, child. Well then, at ease even. Look at you. You're not even old enough to be a recruit. You're soft, aren't you?
No.
No, I suppose you're not. You're learning. But you are a long way from home. What can I do for you, even? Suddenly, I think, I found him too late. The murder weapon was still there, but someone took it and stashed it inside the head of his own personal giant robot. The robot's long since destroyed now. The Queen of All Random had it dismantled after my father died. I think she feared the old man, and that his murder came as a dark blessing to her rule. Ah, but you didn't hear that from me. Simple thing, really, but it requires complicated strategy. One or both of my brothers defeated our bodyguard and killed our father. I don't let that stand, soldier. Not surprised. Nishka's damn tough. And if anyone could survive out there, it's her. She taught me how to win a fight. Taught me how to never surrender. Taught me the importance of duty. No, that would be a dereliction of duty. She wouldn't be happy to see me there, and neither would I. I respect us both too much for that. How is she, other than alive? Impossible! I am too busy waging and winning this war. Ha 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 ha! A child coming here and asking for a gift? The sheer gall. But I admire the courage. Tell you what, even, I happen to own the mighty mechanical arm that once belonged to Nishka. If you can take it, it's yours.
My straw is clogged up.
Certainly. Like I said, all you have to do is take it. This arm, it's only the most heavily guarded item in my entire freedom. I like your spunk, even, so let me...
You like my
warn you,
what?
You will fail. You may even die. So do the smart thing and go back to whatever teapot shack you came from. Can you defeat my robots to...
Even knew what she needed to do to get something that would jog Nishka's memory. Win the most protected treasure in the most militarized kingdom. She knew it would be hard.
Finish this fight by destroying the tower. To destroy the tower, you must lead your playing piece onto the appropriate tile in order to fire your cannons.
I am so nasty. That's probably why everybody's gone in the chat today. It's fucking dry. Okay. Just putting this away. On earphone warning. Okay, we're good. Okay. Oh, I forgot to read that. I mean, it's pretty... I'll probably understand. Okay, of course, I don't actually understand. Fuck my life. I thought it was gonna be the same rules as the other ones. Hi, Lee! Happy to see you. Oh my god. Thank you, 18 months, baby. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Oh my god, please. I can't do this. Use this card, please. Why are walls rising? God. Thank you, Lee. The presentations are honestly my favorite ones. No, seriously, they're my faves. They're just so fun to like just give like genuine reactions to. Like that's literally how I feel in the moment usually. Very honest when it comes to those videos. And the microphone was a pretty good prop. I have it right here. Where'd it go? That's right here. My microphone era.
The walls rise.
Nar. I mean, I wish. Can you imagine if I just like unhooked my mic and like that would have been campy. That would have been camp. Nar, it's false. It's false. I wish I knew what I was doing in this part of the game, but here we are. Whoa, wait. I know what I have to do. Okay, roll the dice. Whatever, whatever.
The walls rise.
Okay, we're supposed to destroy this chess piece. But the walls are rising in front of it. So I'm like, what? Oh, wait. Okay, I have to get an odd number. Okay, this is complicated as fuck. Okay, I need... not a 2. Fuck! Oh, wait, no, that works. Wait, no, it doesn't. Fuck.
The walls rise.
I need a 1. Why am I getting all these 2s? I can't. I beg. I'm gonna get comfy. One. Oh my god. This is rigged.
The walls rise.
Oh. 1.
Look out! Walls are rising.
My RNG. Not vibing. Okay, we got a 3. That's good.
Shoot the button to fire the cannon.
Oh. So I wasn't correct. Everything about this I'm just wrong. I thought we had to... Okay. It only did that much damage, so I have to do that many times? Are you serious? This is gonna be a long part of the game. What did I get? A 2, another day. Oh wait, no, this is actually what I need. I need even numbers now.
the button to fire the cannon.
Two. Nice. I just fucked it up. Oh my god. I got a 2, but I made it a 3 by accident! Okay, back on track.
Shoot the button to fire the cannon.
Excuse me, everyone.
Watch out! The Baroness now has 2 cannons.
She what? Oh my. She does double damage now. Good.
Shoot the button to fire the cannon.
Oh, and I will. I wish that cutscene didn't show up every time. Ouch. You know what I hate? When games like this don't show the boss's health. I think that was in Alice Madness Returns. They didn't show the boss's health. That's really annoying. 2. Thank God.
Shoot the button to fire the cannon. Halfway through the board game.
Ow. Thank God. Like this little thing, this little cutscene, did not need to happen every time. It's too much.
Take cover. The Baroness now has 3 cannons.
Fuck. Oh, perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank God. I got that card.
Shoot the button to fire the cannon.
I'm going, I'm going. Is this the last one?
Shoot the button to fire the cannon.
I fucking hope so.
Who will win the game? We shall soon find out.
I need 1 more. You're kidding. You could have just called it there. It has no health. Let's gonna move on, girly.
button to fire the cannon.
Yeah. Oh, is that where the item is? The arm? We just robbed her. So true. I'm confused, like, what this does. Did they all rotate where they're placed, or did they just go away? Is that nostalgia? I don't even know where we're going.
Colossuses moved once again, this time in favor of the Count.
Oh, money. Like, I wish the signs were more fleshed out so I could figure out where it was going. Seriously? What is that? Not the new enemy all of a sudden. Stop it.
Here, mate, this drink some sole purpose in life.
Who is talking to me right now? I don't have any weapons. Just kidding. Okay.
Oi, looking to get an invincibility potion, are you? Well, you've come to the wrong place. I've got cards, though.
Die! Jesus. I get there? I have to go there. Oh. Okay. It's right there.
Go on, Dicey. There.
Now this
200. I want... Not letting me flip the page, so... I want this.
in the face of a girl who wants to trade cards. And I got good news for you.
This has to be where we have to go. There's nowhere else. Okay, well, we got a cutscene, so I feel like we're at the right place. Not a Colossus.
Well, an alert from a machine long dead. And what do I find here but you? I'm speaking to you, girl. The question is not what I want. Anything I desire, I make manifest. The world itself bends to me. To manage the rolls of the dice. I am the queen, girl. And you are a very long way from home. Aren't you, Wanna? Do I have a sister? I have so many children, you know. So
Me too.
coming here, disturbing this place. It hasn't happened in a very long time. I think I need to keep my eye on you. What did you say your name was? And I don't think you will. You get a thrill from disobedience. From looking your superior in the eye. Lock the girl in. Destroy yourself and her.
What was that?
Even, I know that name, as if from a dream somehow. You are a lonely girl, adrift in a world you don't belong in. Nothing awaits you in your future but pain and just words. Words I've heard before from countless people. They all fell, like you will.
Oh, they fell.
Tass. You have a tass. Tell me, Beaver, where did you find your little friend? Have you seen the valley? Have you found the valley of the dice?
Uh-oh. Locked even. Oh, so we have 3 of the 4 pieces we need. We need to get the last piece. Welcome back. What'd you get from McDonald's, Macca's? Has anyone seen? No, I haven't actually. Is Zendaya there? Did Zendaya go? Please tell me Zendaya went. Zendaya and Janelle Monáe eat it up every year. Every year. They're always the best ones. Calm down.
You're burning daylight even, and I don't think I like what I see.
I'm working on it.
Well, I never threaten. I promise. And I promise you, if you double-cross me or disappoint me in any way, Burn will die.
Huh? I can't end a war in less than 24 hours, Shadow Man.
Will be ever so brief.
I'm getting nervous. You're making me nervous. I hope she goes. She has to. She's in that new Marvel movie. She's in 2 Marvel movies. She has to go. They probably paid for her ticket and said, go ahead, girly. I ain't get through. Wait, I just did a 360. I'm a big dumb idiot. I can't. Yeah, what was it this year? Was it American? I saw someone say that it was American. Was it really? Please tell me that's false. I saw AOC's. It is American. What? Not Drag Race predicting the Met Gala theme. Not Kylie Sonique Love predicting the Met Gala theme. I haven't seen anything, y'all. I gotta look. Should I get my phone? Let me get my phone. Is there like a thread? There's usually a thread. I mean, I'll do like... Someone said Zendaya isn't going. Stop. Is there like a Twitter like that has all of them? Oh, is it on viral? Whatever. What's the Instagram, Jess? Yeah, the men make me sick. Like, stop just wearing suits. Oh my god, Whoopi! Yes, Whoopi! Oh. Looking. Tessa Thompson looks good. I don't like those boots, though. Hey, Harlow always makes her way in. I don't know how. What did... Oh! Do you see Cara Delevingne's look? She's wearing a thing that says peg the patriarchy. Peg. Wait, what the... That's iconic. Ooh, Kendall looks good. Kristen Stewart, enough. Let's get you to bed. Okay, wait. Kendall Jenner looks really good. Even though she's kind of redacted right now. Shawn Mendes, you are a bottom. Are you serious? Do you see what he's wearing? Be who you are! Camilla? Not sure I like that. Justin Bieber in a wide leg pant. Kim Kardashian? Okay, wait a second. That's iconic, I think. I can't. That's campy. I can't. I have so many tweets. Hold on. Put them in my drafts. Wait, why is everybody hating on Kim's outfit? It's kind of fun. Oh, it's redacted? Okay, my bad. Let's just pretend it's not her. Oh, Lupita, stunning. Justin Bieber, go home. Get out of my sight. Are you serious? Sierra? Did y'all see Sierra? She's dressed as an American football player. She is iconic. I think that's the winner for me right now. She's wearing a rhinestoned football player outfit with a football purse. Do you see this? Well, you can't because it's chroma keying out. Kim Petras as a horse girl? Kim Petras is dressed as a horse girl. Kim Petras literally has a horse. Kim literally won. Yeah. Yeah. What the fuck is Pete Davidson wearing? Madison Beer looks good. Oh, Nikki looks amazing. Okay, wait. Debbie Harry's look is kind of stunt. I love that. Lil Nas looks good. Lil Nas got money now. Lil Nas got like wow. Rhymes. Okay. Oh, Megan Thee Stallion. Ah! She could literally wear, like, anything she wants. Like, she's just so gorgeous. Like, I can't. Troye Sivan. Okay. I mean, I don't mind it. It's good for a men's look because, you know, men's usually wear nothing. Serena Williams. Are you serious? This coat? Wow. Yeah. Channing Tatum. I hate to break the news to you, but can you just, like, not wear a tux? Like, it's just, like, not... You should have just came in a Speedo. Channing Tatum should have came in a Magic Mike outfit, like, as an homage to literally Magic Mike. Hello? That would have been camp and that would have been American. Hello? He would have done a cowboy hat and a Speedo. Like, come on now. Billy, are you serious? Billy looks amazing. Are you serious? Are you serious? Wow. Hannah Wintour, love her. Why is Emma Chamberlain there? Emma Chamberlain looks like shit. I'm so sorry, girl. No. It's a boot for me. This. Normani? Do you see Normani's? Okay. Let's get this chapter done. I blame y'all for making me do that. You have to get this painting. I can't believe Justin won yesterday Artist of the Year. Can you believe that? Do you know how mad I am? Literally, like, literally anybody else could have won. Like, literally, actually anybody else. He was the only man nominated and he won. It's the misogyny for me. Kiki Palmer is in the building. I'm so mad at Channing Tatum for not showing up in a Speedo. That is so annoying. Not you spawning when I don't have a bow. Fuck off, dude. Stop. Off to bed. Good night. Let's see. I'm convinced the person everybody's talking about, the bodyguard, I'm pretty sure she's probably the one that killed the father. Like, almost. So I get half of the painting. Oh, I can just return it to him. Okay. Can I jump? Thanks. Let's go, Dicey. Let's go, Dice Bestie. Do I have enough money for anything? No. No, thank you. Money. Hey. Hi, Lula. I don't know what to tell you, Shadow Man.
You're taking a long time doing what I want, even.
Even? It's cold.
And it's getting colder. Oh, tons of things take time. Dying takes time.
Okay, well, I don't know what to tell you. I'm on my way to literally end the war right now. So, like, could you wait, like, 5 more minutes, please, sir? Mr. Man. Mr. Shadow Man. Wannabe Slender Man. Yeah, I said it. Do I have to introduce myself
Is that
again?
what I think it is? Yeah. Ah, well, I suppose I did. Here, have this worthless thing.
With a memento of the Duke in her hands, Even was one step closer to being able to trigger Nishka's memories of that fateful night.
I think I have everything. We have the arm. We have the... I'm 100% sure we have everything. We have all 4 pieces. Please end the war. I'm just so hungry. I'm pretty sure Nishka is gonna literally be the murderer and responsible for everything. Like, she's probably just playing dumb. I say that now and something horrible is gonna happen to her.
Her small companion looked like he...
What? What? Not Dicey having a panic attack. It's okay, buddy. You're fine. Dicey said, let me have a breakdown real quick. Dicey's is a Pisces. Dicey's is a Pisces. So true, Dicey bestie. Alright, let's see.
What were we talking about again?
Stupid bitch. Oh, sorry.
That finger. It reminds me of something. It was the fight with the I'm afraid it's gone. But it's become clearer. Bring me more. I need more to remember. What were we talking about again? Oh, that portrait of the children, the triplets, and their father, their poor father, the king. I can't remember. What were we talking about again? My arm. I remember. I wore this. Oh, it's gone. It's gone. What were we talking about again? By the dice maker. I remember. Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue and then it's gone. It's... Please, even. Bring me more artifacts. They each help, but together... What were we talking about again? Yes, even. I remember everything. Oh, by the dice maker, you've saved me.
Girl, find the notes. They've all come together. Come together.
Right. Which one of you pranksters rang the bell?
I knew it was a trap! Assassins!
Trap
Ah, shush, children.
Mishka.
You're alive. You should all be ashamed to have disgraced your father's beloved freedom so, and how proud he was of you. But bloody this is just not how he raised you. Listen, I was there that doomed night when your father was murdered.
And Mishka the bodyguard recounted vividly what had happened that night. It was a tale of a god duty gone awry, of a blade against mechanical arm, and of a cold-blooded murder.
I was going to roll my dice. Well, that's how fights were done in those days. But this murderer didn't play by the rules. My trusty arm was cut off. I returned the favor and tore off the perpetrator's finger. And that perpetrator was the Shadow Man.
Busted.
Bernie!
Oh, hey, even there you are.
I should have been there to guide you all. I went mad with guilt for failing.
Wait, so he wanted peace, but he's the one that started the war? Girl.
It appears that this war might have been not.
This war was all because you three never talked.
We're being raided. Everybody drop a follow if you'd like to talk in chat. Thank you so much. Eve? How are you doing, baby? How was the stream? What's going on? Followers. Oh my god, I can't type. Followers only. Thank y'all so much for joining me. I'm Nemesis. I run the network around here every Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday in drag. Why does it say there's audio happening?
To each other!
Weird. I don't hear audio happening, but sure. Thank you all so much for coming in. As I was saying, I'm Nemesis around the network around here. I'm usually a GameCube indie retro streamer. Like, we play a lot of PlayStation 2 and GameCube games here because I have a vintage GameCube right over here. But today we're playing this like spooky Tim Burton Little Nightmares inspired kind of game called Lost in Random. And it's like super cute and super fun, but we're gonna switch to Fortnite in like, I wanna say like 10-20 minutes, depending if we can get this chapter done. Of course, no, get out of drag, enjoy your night off. Thank you so much for the raid, baby. I really appreciate it. Everybody joining in, drop a follow so you can type in chat and refresh the stream so you can help with numbers. I appreciate it for all the follows. Let's continue whatever's going on here. Okay, but like, actually, what is the noise in the background that's saying there's noise in the background? Do y'all, do you guys hear something like in the background right now? Like, what is it? I don't hear anything. That's so weird. It's picking up audio. That's so bizarre.
You people are the worst!
The way they fully fought a war just over nothing. So true. It's giving water sign. Sorry. That's a drag on myself.
Thanks for the outfit, Bernie. You think you'll be okay now?
Sure thing. I can find my way home to One Cross with my eyes closed. Easy peasy.
Don't worry, Even. I'll make sure he gets home. And good luck to you. I'm not good at goodbyes.
Oh, I feel bad. I was talking shit about her.
Oh, I almost forgot. You like pips, right? This is all that was left of Mr. Shady when you poofed him. Weird, huh?
Oh, thank you. Hey guys. All right. Here goes nothing.
Yay, we got 4 pips and we defeated the Shadow Man because he was a stupid bitch. Get wrecked. Hi, Red Axo Panda. Hi, V Gross. Let's get in.
Wait!
It's the way that I, like, didn't know that Shadow Man was gonna be responsible for the death. But I really thought he was going. That's funny. They really got me there. They got me. They really got me. I'm gonna text String Queens to see if anybody wants to play Fortnite with me. Anyone wanna play Fortnite? Oh, cute! Is this the inside of the thing? Oh my god! Who's gonna tell her that we're not burned? What's gonna happen when she finds out that I'm not Bernie? What then? Oh!
Oh, I didn't think it was possible, but I ate too much candy.
So true, bestie. Alright. We'll finish that tomorrow. I want to play some Fortnite. That game's going. I wish the combat was a little different, but like, it's not bad. It's doing the thing. For like a new game that was like not very hyped up. I feel like I didn't hear about it until its release. You know what I mean? Should I do an outfit change? I need Fortnite gamers. Not hearing a RuPaul song at Old Navy, I beg.